Have you courage at hand to abandon the land for a life of adventure and gold? Then strap on your sword and climb aboard for riches and glory untold. Both monster great and treasure await in the ocean's uncharted frontier. This vessel is home, the ocean we roam, towards prosperous waters we steer. May Queen Besmara's luck be upon you, and pray what lurks in the depths doesn't prey on you. Let loose the sail, a whole crew beside you, the beckoning wail of the wind will guide you. Only the brave seize their destiny, heed to the call of the sea, and let loose the sail. Take command of your fear as we draw ever near to a Bendigo stormy domain. Its sad power galore comes to those who restore the shards of the hurricane. Keep a weather eye and the powder dry as the endless storm rages round. The tempest endure and sail on secure where the winds of fortune abound. If the enemy's colors should come into sight, all hands on deck, prepare our cannons for the fight. Let loose the sail, the whole crew beside you, the beckoning wail of the wind will guide you. Only the brave seize their destiny, heed to
And we are live. Where we left off. After defeating the murdering sociopath Dr. Hans Kultz and his creature derived from multiple corpses and dead carcasses, the party emerged from the catacombs below Quent and found themselves with a very difficult decision. More specifically, Radigan found himself with a very difficult decision. As it turns out, his dearly beloved sister, Reyna, contracted the very same blinding sickness that befell his dear Aunt Love. And unfortunately, there was only one vial that could be used on either of them. With a considerable amount of consideration and thought, Radigan ultimately chose to give the vial, the only cure, to his dear sister, leaving his aunt to her own fate. She passed on shortly thereafter. And in the 15 days since, the party has recovered from their injuries, gained a few extra followers, spent some time in the marketplaces and the streets of Quent, and have laid to rest Aunt Love, now existing as a box of ashes in Radigan's possession. During this time, Reyna has made a full recovery, it seems, and now enjoys some restful sleep in Aunt Love's home. And the party, now with their ship fully outfitted to the best equipment available, is ready to depart Quent at any time. The only question now is what to do with Dr. Hans Kultz, still in the safekeeping of the dock foreman by request of the party, and how to leave dear Quent. You now find yourselves at the dockyards, overseeing some of the outfitting and repair and upgrades to the ship, giving a rich demonstration and tutorial to those newcomers to your vessel. It seems that you've gained about 16 or so followers at this time, and it's about mid-morning now. The mist that overshadowed Quent for most of your time here has been burnt off by the warm winter's rays. It's a little bit warmer today than it was yesterday. And the scent of the salt air is thick and heavy, but also refreshing. A little bit of a departure from the inner squalls of Quent that you've experienced these last 2 weeks. You find yourselves somewhat anxious to return to the high seas and all that provides. What would you like to do?
Just to make sure, has our 15 days passed, or are we still...
It has passed.
Okay, what do you need to do?
Unless you wanted to do anything specific during those 15 days.
Nope. Was there anything y'all want to do specifically?
No, Brynjar basically spent his time just going about making sure, after getting his ass handed to him more than a few times, just sort of updating the arsenal, updating his equipment, and then celebrating still being alive in the only way Brynjar knows how, with copious amounts of alcohol, beautiful women, and then after these bendings of fighting, fucking, and drinking, occasionally went in to go see Reyna and make sure that she was okay, even if that just meant kind of keeping guard a couple of hours while she just looked at him like, what the fuck are you doing here?
A man of principle and honor.
He likes to believe that they have struck up something of a friendship. Marshall, I'll leave that up to you to decide.
Very well. Actually, why don't we go around the table? Why does everyone describe what they did during their 2 weeks, 15 days or so?
Yeah, sure. I'll go.
Do it.
Yeah, after hearing the conversation that Drac had with Xana, he now meditates on hearing the voice that comes back every once in a while. Spends copious amounts of time with the Wayfinder, trying to figure out its purpose, if there's a pattern or whatnot. And at times we'll run into Brynjar at Reyna's side, and in the background, Drakith is kind of making the arrangements for Aunt Lav's departure to the afterlife. And yeah, with obviously Radigan's approval, but we'll kind of take on the head of that so that Radigan can focus on what he has left with Reyna. In the meantime, yeah, I think he spends a lot of time kind of by himself, and kind of pondering as to what's next.
Love it.
Algar?
Yeah, over the past 15 days, Algar has been doing a couple things, much like Drakith and Brynjar. He's made his way to see Reyna. He's dropped off a different meal each day. You know, not sure if she wants to cook or if Radigan does, because it's like, well, that's like the last thing anyone wants to do all through grief. So it's like,
Max.
and some of it may not be eaten, and he's fully aware that is going to be the case. And no offense had it, does not say anything of his cooking. It's not touched. So he does that every day, but also in fulfilling his duties to his home island, he is feverishly writing in his journal new entries about Quent, everything he sees and hears, what he finds, whether it be like local dishes or just the political ongoings there, and spends many a night in any one of the taverns, telling tales of his adventures, his homeland, and looking for any refugees who are in need of a home, and pointing them in the direction of his home as an open door to them.
In your wanderings, you actually do find one very interesting recipe that you were a little questionable at first glance, but it is a sugar and spice rubbed squid calamari roasted on an open flame, with spicy red pepper flakes to add, and sweetened with a kind of a cane sugar and sea salt.
Ooh.
And kind of after talking with a couple of the street vendors, you finally managed to slip a couple of extra gold pieces and get the recipe for how to make that. So if you want to add that to your recipe book, you can.
I am for sure. That is, I love it. Yes, this is what I live for. This is what Algar lives for.
And actually, so since you guys spent about 2 weeks in there, take off about 2 gold pieces for comfortable living. If you guys were at the same tavern inn the whole time, I presume. Okay,
Oh,
2 gold.
Yeah.
2 gold pieces each. And as far as Brynjar's
Escapades.
nocturnal,
The Viking
But ain't-
bucks, Marshall. We all know the Viking bucks.
did you go for um,
Look, this is
Low,
a
medium-
seaport
low, medium, or
town.
high
Brynjar's
quality?
aiming. Brynjar's not a frugal man, but he's like, I just need a warm body at the moment. Like, I'm not that rich.
for every night spent, -1 gold piece.
Holy shit. Okay, that's fine. Hang on, let's see. So that's 2 for comfortable living, and then 15 for lady favors.
I'm surprised it's just 15. I was almost thinking maybe it was like if it was per person he's seeing. I was like, dang,
Oh yeah, actually 17 because
yeah. That's couple of nights where it's like, all right, well,
couple of nights where he was like, Algar's got Reyna duty.
right.
I can take a longer lunch. Why not?
Absolutely.
And then I feel like Drakketh caught him on one of those days and was like, dude, Drakketh's fine.
I haven't seen him back at the tavern in a while.
Drakketh was concerned.
Speaking of Draka, in your contemplation, hovering over the Wayfinder and listening to the songs of the wind, you notice the Wayfinder has now bestowed upon you 3 new symbols.
Oh, dang. All right.
First, the uprising.
Looks familiar.
Next, the courtesan.
Ooh.
Is this the same pattern?
And finally, the hidden truth.
It is. Yeah, nice.
Interesting.
Fascinating.
I would like you to roll a society check for me to see if you can discern any deeper meaning.
Society.
All right.
Okay. While you have more questions than you do answers, you do know this. The uprising often represents being caught in the clutches of something much more powerful than you. It is an overwhelming strength that often crushes what it comes in contact with. The crown held high signifies the overthrowing of a leader of some sort. In the spread, it indicates the force much stronger than the person receiving the reading.
Oh. Um.
Do you do anything with that information?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just Dracketh drawing up conclusions. Each night as he garners information from the Wayfinder, he'll. Well, he would have shared it with Brynjar. No, here's what he did. Here's what he does. Each night, as he's rooming with Algar, shares the information that's been bestowed to him. Each evening or afternoon that he goes to see Reyna, while Reyna's sleeping or recovering, as Brynjar comes in, he ends up sharing the information as well to kind of garner any insights that they have to his mysterious wonderment.
Do we discern anything?
Roll society check.
That's a good point. Let's see.
Yeah, +0 to a fucking society.
Yeah, so did I.
Let's see.
Brynjar
Society.
doesn't know shit. Brynjar.
Okay. Algar. In addition to the knowledge known by Dracketh, you recognize a deeper meaning upon the icon noted as the courtesan. You know the courtesan indicates political intrigue. Her mask embodies the social nuances that must be followed. If it slips, negotiations can take an unexpected turn. The card can also indicate a woman of power who shapes great events. How she is treated decides the outcome of the situation.
I will 100% share that with the group. But also, at the same time, Algar will say, yeah, but, there's a bunch of cards anyways, I don't...
Brynjar is inwardly panicking about how he was treating women recently.
You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry, Brynjar. It's just a bunch of superstitious nonsense. Cards don't actually tell us what's going to happen. That's Algar's view on it, at least.
Drac is
Brynjar does not look
Drac is going to
reassured.
growl at that remark.
Brynjar does not look reassured in the slightest. He still looks like he's panicking on the inside, under the helmet.
If he had a deck of cards, Algar would be a real dickhead and just start taking out random ones and saying, "See, 8 of clubs, nothing. 4 of hearts, nothing."
Well, it has now been about 2 weeks. You now are at the dockyard, overseeing the completion of the upgrades and refurbishments made to your ship, the Clenched Fist. With few more followers in tow, what would you like to do?
Well, my lads, I do not know about you, but I am tired of this filthy city. I presume that you also want to go back to sea. I mean, I assume that we have further to go and more to discover. I mean, I have very rarely seen very rarely seen Thracket, so I can only presume that he has figured out something that might be interesting in the long run.
As Brynjar is talking, Drakith is packing his bags,
That is one. Algar, what about you?
ready to go.
Oh, you say jump, I say how high. I'm ready to leave anytime. I've seen all this city has to offer, at least from my viewpoint, as he closes up his journal.
Brynjar is going to put the last strop on his long sword and then sheath it after, clearly just doing the last of his maintenance and be like, all right, well, I guess we should check in with Reina before we leave, make sure that she is well enough, and then maybe go see if Lotiva has met up with the clenched fist, yes?
Yep. Yep.
And I suppose we should cast off.
I would agree.
Just want to speak with Reina. All right.
Speak.
Making your way to Aunt Lav's home, Reina, as you find her, is still resting, still recovering from her traumatic events. Though she seems restored somehow, in a lighter mood than at the beginning of these 2 weeks. You find her sitting at a lounge chair, practicing her needlework and kind of seemingly to make something. Oh, it's so good to see you. How... She kind of clears her throat a little bit, almost seeming a little raspy, a little still weakened from the events. Please come in. She kind of gestures towards a few chairs and a lounge couch on one side of the wall.
I'll cross over and pour her a watered down ale after kind of hearing her raspy. And just kind of hand it over towards this place.
I don't know what Algar was up to this morning, or what he made, but it sure smells delicious. You're gonna love it, Reina.
Are you implying that with Algar Algar makes anything that is not delicious?
It surprises
We've had
me
lunches
every
made
day.
by this dwarf for 2 weeks, Bracket. You cannot tell me that you have been disappointed by anything this man cooks.
Yeah, quite the contrary, really. I'm just surprised at the sheer skill this guy has. Every recipe seems different and tastes above anything I've ever tasted, so...
And I only thought that dwarves were good for forging. Clearly I was wrong.
Hearing all this, Algar has his hat off, his little chef's hat off, and he's a little awkwardly I don't know what to say.
Hype up the homies in this crew.
Exactly.
You have all been so kind in these past few days. Thank you so much for all the gifts, all the food, the ale. It means so much to me. And I know it means so much to Radigan as well.
What will you do now, Ray?
Kind of look a little awkward.
Reina, what will you do now that we'll be off, be heading off for a little while?
Suppose I'll go back to what I've always enjoyed. Always had a knack for making brooches and jewelry and pendants and things. Belt buckles and the like. pirates in this town. They certainly love those. I think I'll go back to that. It's you can find some quiet peace in something so mundane as crafting, and on occasion you can make something truly wonderful. That's what I enjoy. I think that's what I'll go back to do. And you?
You could always come with us. Brenner's gonna kind of say that really quickly and then kind of look away like he didn't just say it.
She kind of smiles at the thought. I'm sure life on the high sea would be adventurous, but it's not quite the life for me. Part of me wishes that Radigan would stay here, but I know he is truly happy sailing, the fresh salt air on his face, and the wind at his back. So, even though it pains me, I won't ask him to stay, because I know that's what he enjoys. And what I enjoy is my bit of craftsmanship, a little bit of beauty that I can bring into this world. There's something I wanted to give each of you. A token. Brynjar, if you'd be so kind. And she points towards a basket on that's kind of covered with sackcloth. Taking it from your hands, she unveils the sackcloth, and in it is a brooch for each of you, made of silver and of bronze. Something, and she kind of hands each one of you this kind of ornate, finely decorated bit of jewelry. It's not much, but it'll keep a cloak tight to your shoulders and keep the cold air of the sea at bay. And each time you use it, maybe you'll think of me.
I am already pinning my cloak with that shit.
Go ahead.
No, you got it.
Yeah, Algar is very touched, and he'll say to Reyna, it's always a pleasure to see someone who is so fine at craftsmanship and what they are exceptional at. I know that we all have different skills, and seeing yours, it's a pleasure to have known you and to see this, see this fine work.
I would ask one more thing of you, if it wouldn't be too much of a burden.
Anything.
Radigan's safe.
Always.
Radigan is like a brother to me, and you, I suppose, a sister. And as you've given us each one thing as a remembrance of you, Dracketh pulls out his journal, and on the very back cover, a ring slips out. A blue jewel as the same color as his eyes, and places it in Reyna's hands, closes her hands, and says, I hope this will bring you something as a remembrance of us as we depart. And it's in safe hands, I know that.
Brenner is wondering if he's been hitting on somebody Dracketh been trying to hit on.
Yeah, no sense of flattery whatsoever.
Okay.
Genuine genuine relation between a brother and sister would have.
She kind of holds her hands in a very similar manner, sister to brother, brother to sister. She looks at the ring, looks at your eyes, and in a manner you haven't, in a genuine manner, you haven't heard in quite some time. She simply says, "Thank you, Radigan." Or thank you,
Yeah, I'll take
Bracken.
it. That's even better, actually. Of course, anything for you. If you ever need help with anything, be sure to find us, and we'll come in at a moment's notice.
Do that. Thank you all. And for everything. And
Brynjar will kind of touch over the brooch and say, I am not one for words, but it is always a sad day to bid farewell to something as beautiful as you. Live well, Reina.
well, by myself, more fatigued these days. Please, if there's anything in the kitchens that you'd like, see to it before your departure. And thank your other companions for me as well.
Of course.
And you will be alright here alone?
I think so. I find these days I'm not quite alone. That lav is still with me. She kind of gestures towards the kitchen and towards the front door, unless there's anything else, and she kind of sits back. So the conversation took a little more out of her than she had thought, and closes her eyes, and you can see her fall gently asleep.
I'm gonna gently pick her up and carry her to the bedroom.
As you do that, Algar will walk to the kitchen, but not to take anything, but to leave behind a copy of his extensive cookbook, all his dishes.
Nice.
Drakus is gonna rummage through the cabinets, searching for a specific item.
Oh, I love it!
Just a vase. He doesn't quite know where they keep the vases, so he's having to flip through each cabinet, knowing it looks very suspicious.
Oh.
As he finds the item he needs, a glass vase, he places it, fills it with water, places it next to Reina's nightstand, and pulls out one white rose and places it in the vase and says, "You'll be safe now," and turns away.
Brynjar's gonna pull the covers over her and then just kind of follow after Drakus.
All right.
I'm gonna stop Algar and say, is it always this hard saying goodbye?
And Algar will kind of do a little, like, almost grunt / snort and be like, yeah, that's why I hate saying goodbye. Little bitter, but also a little bit of humor in there.
This is a first for me. There's never been this difficult before.
It is tough. It is tough, but just as you once helped me in many a difficult time, actually. That's why we have each other. I'll give you a pat on the back.
Brynjar's just going to kind of wordlessly pat his shoulder and then walk out.
As you make your way through the Quent streets, kind of reflect on the conversation and the interaction that you had. And almost without realizing, each one of you kind of thumb at the brooch now used as a cloak pin. And somehow you feel a little bit warmer, as though the chill of the day is lessened with it on.
It's rejuvenating. It's a rejuvenating feeling.
And a magical woman.
That she is. Again, just admiring the craftsmanship. Like it's simple, but it's well done.
The best things are.
Gents, I think the ocean calls.
I suppose that is the one true love for all of us, no? Well, except maybe you, Albert.
I was gonna say, the ocean adventure with you lot is a good time, but
He's your mistress. We know you have a wife back home.
Exactly. See, that's why I love you, Brynjar. You know exactly what I'm thinking.
Has anyone seen Zotiva? Is she coming with us?
Oh yes. What is our little goblin's plan?
Last you saw them, Sotiva and Muckduck were strolling the streets together.
No.
Not sure where they are right at this moment.
Where are the goblins? They reproduce like rabbits.
You told them today that we were leaving, right?
Yes! But you know what it is like wrangling Muckduck? It is like trying to hold on to a greased pig. Have you ever tried to hold a greased pig, Bracket? I assure you, it is not as easy as it sounds.
I thought it would be easier for you.
Of course it is simple for me. I am putting that fucking shatter shield.
Well, you got some.
It's an inherently easy task.
Got some grease of your own on these puppies.
You do, however, recall one bit of unfinished business. That's to do with Dr. Hans Colts, currently being held by the foreman Terry at the dockyard.
The doctor.
Dun, dun, dun. Well, if it were up to me, I think he is in good hands as of now.
Aw, but I wanted to break in my new whip.
I think we'll have plenty of opportunity for that whip to get some use.
Weren't we going to keelhaul him, by the way?
I think Radigan had some unfinished business with him.
Do we have a brig aboard our ship?
Not yet.
Just tie him to the mast.
Yeah, but do you want to bring that son of a bitch on board our ship? We have to see his face every day. Radigan has to see his face every day.
It is not so difficult if he is hanging from a yardarm.
We'll make sure he's quiet. We'll put a gag on him.
I'm also a bit uncomfortable with the idea of, of stooping to that man's level of, holding someone hostage, much like he did Reyna. And maybe not necessarily hostage for anyone else, but for his own sake. Feels a little wrong to me, but I'm sensitive. What can I say?
Do we trust the men we have charged him. We have charged with the responsibility of holding.
Seems like-
I don't know him personally, but Radigan seems to have a good connection.
I am loath to leave a fire burning before casting off. I am loath to leave a fire burning in the hearth before leaving the hall. But if Ratigan trusts these men, to whom he has entrusted this captive, then perhaps we must trust our sworn brother and believe that he is doing what is best. Yes?
I would agree.
Now come, the sea is calling.
So what are you gonna do?
I think we're heading to the ship.
Chuck,
Okay.
you lazy bastard! Where are you? You better not be drinking on the job again.
Oh, if he's gotten into the good alcohol while we've been gone this whole time, I'm
he's
going
been
to kill
tapping
that
into
man.
Spirits in the holds. You know he's been doing it. He's been taking a little sip.
All right, I need to buy some locks next time we're in port somewhere. Finding a way to lock those up.
Oh, I thought I had a picture of that guy.
Our flower vendor turned.
There he is.
We got
Yeah,
him. We
dude.
got Chuck.
All right, so making your way to the dock and to your ship, you do find your dearly beloved Captain Chuck E. Chuckerson. And you can kind of see him with a bit of grog. Looks a little bit stronger by his demonstration than normal, as he kind of directs traffic and gives orders to a couple of the other sailors, especially the fresher sailors that haven't quite seen him as a drunkard just yet. You can kind of hear him, "No, you over there, get that in your hole. I'm gonna drink that later. And it looks good." And he grabs his bottle. Okay, it's on and throws the bottle overboard. God, you want to get another Roga ale? Yeah, bullshit.
I'm gonna go grab him by the arm.
Oh, big boy, what you doing?
Doc,
Yeah,
what did I say about hitting the grog in front of the men?
do it often.
Chuck, another question unrelated to the current topic. Can you swim?
I think so.
Good! I'm gonna push him over the edge.
Ah! He falls over, and you kind of see him splashing about, and it takes him a little bit, but he makes it up to the dock, and he looks a little bit like a codfish kind of flopping on deck as he's like kind of coughing up salt water.
Are you sober now? Or do I need to put you in the drink again?
No, that cleared my head. I'm good. I'm just gonna. And he you can kind of see him like recover. I'm good. Just get.
I'm gonna direct him over the edge so he's up chucking off the deck.
Just feeding the fishes. It's
Yep.
it's all good, lads. It's just all good and fun. This is normal. Don't worry about it.
This is normal.
Get the ball out. And then I'm going to snap at the new swabbies and be like, "Hey, clean this fish chum off my deck."
The others follow the orders.
And,
There-
oh, God, sorry.
You go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'll go to Chuck next and say, how about I go make you a pot of coffee? I think that might do some good for the headache, whether it's here now or later.
Be a sight for sore eyes. I can almost kiss you.
Right here, big guy.
I do not think his wife would appreciate that.
Oh, there was one more thing before we set sail.
You're telling us this now?
Yeah, we haven't set sail yet.
Oh my god. By Gorham's iron bosom, man. What is it?
A message from the dockman, Terry. He wanted to talk to you.
Oh. What's
Something-
it?
Something about a friend of yours.
I'm going to look at the other two meaningfully, like I told you.
Son of a bitch. All right, what does the message say?
That he wanted to talk to you.
That's it? Oh man, of course you didn't. Of course you didn't have anything else of
He's a
importance
friend
to
of
say.
Rathigan's. Do you expect him to give us details?
Maybe it's just because I write so much myself, but I expected something a little bit more from him. Not
Listen,
much
nobody-
more, but a little bit more.
Listen, not all of us can be as extensive as you writing smut back to your wife, Algar.
High class smut.
Not the smut. The class is irregardless. What does irregardless mean? I don't know. It sounds like a good word.
It
is smut?
Smut is smut.
Smut is smut. Or at least that is what the courtesan down at the brothel told me.
I'm putting that in
She
the.
taught me how to read a little bit after we had finished our business.
Oh.
Sweet.
Wait. And this is no judgment from me. I'm just utterly curious. I did not know, Bernard, you didn't know how to read.
Oh, I know how to read. I just found it a waste of time. But you know how women get sometimes, like when they are not asking, when you are not getting down to business, they want to talk. And like, I do not always want to talk. So like, I found a way to run an interference, but then she like really got into it. And then I had no choice but to really get into it. So now I have to make a slight taste for it. I shudder to call them romances, but there you go.
As this happens, Chucky is. You can hear Chucky kind of under his breath. Ugh, I thought I felt sick before.
Always a hopeless romantic. Brynjar is.
You shut up. You continue puking your guts up. You. Let's go talk to the dockhand. That's Dracket, Chuck, and Algar in order.
Love it.
To say we were almost set sail out of this trash city.
I know. I am upset about it too.
Draca throws on his hood of his cloak once more to
Chuck,
hide
if you
his
come back to
identity.
this ship and you are drunk
Love it.
again, I'm going to rip your balls out through your throat. I don't know how, but I'm going to find a way to do it.
You see Algar doing the mental math of how that would work out. He's like, but he doesn't.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. The conclusion drawn is, I don't know if you can do that, but if anyone can, it's gonna be Brynjar.
Upon that insult, or upon that threat, Chuck E. Chuckerson.
Yep.
Kind of almost sobers up half a level. Like, I'll see to the men, shall I?
I'm going to give him a good-natured chuck on the shoulder as he goes by me.
All right. It looks like the ship is in good hands.
Semi-sober hands.
Sober-ish hands.
Sober-ish hands.
What are you going to do?
We are going to go find the dockhand.
All right. Making your way over to the foreman's office of the harbor dock, you find. Oh, weird. Try this. There we go. Okay, you should see that now. You find Terry Henlock, foreman and head Joe of the Quent dock. Kind of is talking to a couple of his lads, and he sees you make your way through his office. Gives a couple of orders to some of the lads. All right, well, you see to those iron bands and I'll have a look-see, make sure that it's done right. If you give me a moment, lads. And he ushers the others off. Once the others have left his office, he shuts the door behind them and addresses the three of you. So my message did go through. I wasn't sure about that Chuckerson fellow of yours.
Yes, we are working on it.
Called himself captain.
Look,
Seems
you
a
have
bit
to
more of
tell,
a drunkard than anything.
Listen, you have to tell the special children whatever they have that you need to in order to get them to believe it, okay?
It's more of an aspiration.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, speaking of the special children,
Yes, I believe you have one for us, yes?
well, yes and no. It's been a
my god.
bit of an issue.
Draken
Sorry.
throws him against the wall.
Brynjar is half drawing his sword out right now.
Hey. We still got the lad. Don't be drawing them swords. But your friend Ratigan did a bit more damage than we thought he did.
How so?
He's a bit of an imbecile now.
Oh no.
Yeah, he kind of shits his pants and says only one word over and over and over again. 999.
Oh.
It's the only number he knows.
Well, here's the thing. When Ratigan delivered him to us, he was a bit loopy at the time. Bit unconscious, really. Figured he'd sleep it off, but after a couple of nights, he finally woke, and now he's a bit of a...
He's simple? Is that
He's a bit simple now.
Oh no. Oh. God damn it.
That's what happens when you get carried away. I understand it.
And you are not there to stop him?
You've seen me every single day.
That is the problem, Draken. You and Ratigan apparently have this great bond. I expect you to keep him in check. I keep Algar in check. Why can't you keep your person in check?
You know,
I'm
it is
great, sweetie. I never have to keep you in check.
Algar's like,
it's quite a fine art to thread the line of death. I appreciate that about Ratigan. I didn't
He
think
is
he had it in
useless
him.
to us now, though. How are we supposed to draw any information out of a simple pin, Draken?
What information were you seeking?
Who he was working for, what this whole entire cult is about, why he is trying to bring corpses back to life, how he managed to get all these corpses back together and resurrect them. Or do I need to explain this in simpler terms for you? And they call me the dumb one.
You're right. They do call you the dumb one.
Oh, brutal.
Brynjar is now looking at Draken with his sword a quarter of an inch out of the sheath.
Hey. We're all friends here. He kind of grabs...
You are an acquaintance, Terry. Do not push our relationship any further than it actually is.
all the same, if there's going to be bloodshed, I'd rather it not be in my office.
Blood comes out, I assume.
I like to keep my illicit behaviors on the down low. Blood, it tends to stain.
So Terry, what do you suppose we do with him then if he's clearly lost it all?
Frankly, that's up to you. We fixed up his hands as best we could. They'll be usable in a couple of weeks. They're pretty broken and mangled when we got to him. You still might be able to scrub the deck. Throw a line, perhaps. Maybe even be a cabin boy's assistant.
I don't know about you two, but I find that kind of amusing. Should we make him our official deck swabby?
Well, I suppose it could not hurt. In the meantime, to have him perform some menial tasks.
I mean, it would free up some of the other lads to. If the lads don't have to worry about scrubbing the deck and polishing the minute things that simple can do, I suppose that could only make them better sailors.
It's true.
And I
Although,
mean,
how often do we want him to be scrubbing the poop deck with his own poop? He's shitting his
I'm gonna
pants all
look
the
back
time.
to Terry and say, when you say he is simple, do you mean that he is completely devoid of communication at all, or is it just that he repeats the one word? How much maintenance does he require?
Think of it like this.
Listening.
He's a wee little pup, needing of training. He can do a couple of things here and there, but don't ask him to do arithmetic.
So we could get him to clean a deck. We could get him to empty chamber pots. And we could trust him not to shit himself.
I think so. He also might have one added benefit. I used to know a lad that I worked with. He was much the same. Grand boy. Juggernaut of a man. Half giant, I would surmise. But, sharp as a spoon. You know what my meaning. But, he was a damn good worker. He did what he was told. And none of the other lads wanted to be outshined by a simpleton. You might use that to your advantage upon your ship.
This is manipulative and exploitative. I like it.
I propose another idea, but I'm not opposed to this. We weren't able to find out who he's working for, but we know he hails from Cheliax, correct? What if we were to what if Terry were to be able to put him on a ship headed towards Cheliax? If he were to find his way home, maybe his employers or those he knew would see what happens when they mess with us, pointing to the group.
I'm going to look at Terry and say, Terry,
Aye.
you have a man who is in need of, let me put it subtly, a extended vacation. A man who is rather commonplace, who would not look unusual in a crowd, who could follow our rather simple friend and tell us where he comes from.
Are you looking to put a tag on the man, set him loose, and see where he goes?
If we put the good doctor on a ship to Cheliax and send him back home, and we have a man who's keeping tabs on him and sending reports back to you that you could feed back to us, well, No one would have to know about your illicit activities, would they not?
I might know a few people that might be interested if they have the coinage to incentivize such a action of several months venture. It'll take considerable amount of time and resources to devise such a plot.
And how many of those men currently have the law breathing down their necks?
At the moment, a few,
And
but
how
they still
many of
require
them would
coinage.
And how many of them would be eager to get out of town sooner rather than later?
Well, there's always a ship out of town. The question is which ship and which.
How many of them are offering a full pardon?
Do you have a pardon in your pocket?
No, but I have plenty of coinage, Algar says as he pats one of his pockets with the coins.
Brynjar's gonna flick a look at him like, shut up.
And seeing that, Algar's gonna say, "Don't worry. You don't have to pay for this. I'm very curious."
Not what I'm concerned. Where I am from, the word of a ship's captain usually defends men from their misdeeds in the past. And as you know, names have a tendency to be misconstrued on ledgers. A man who leaves port may not be the same man who comes back to port. You know, we take on faces from anywhere, and a man may receive a fresh start once he disembarks a certain ship once it comes back. And if he is to say that he is on our ledgers and then transfers to another ship, well, that is none of our concern, is it not?
So you want to send... Let me see if I understand you correctly.
Oh my goodness. How do people make a career out of being subtle? It makes my head hurt.
You want to send this doctor
Yes.
back to where he came from.
Yes.
See if he's any of his employers. Sweep him up from the dockyards, from the ports of Cheliax.
That is correct.
And you want to make sure that any reports of such events are brought back to friendly ears.
You are sharper than Gorham's sword, my friend.
And you are as thick as mud, my friend.
Don't push your luck. I'm as strong as a giant too, and I have no qualms about putting my fist through your teeth.
Of that I have no doubt. I
Good.
just want to make sure that you and I are on the same page. We are friends here. Friend of Ratigan is a friend of mine.
That is correct. I do think I have better facial hair.
Oh, we haven't seen him after a whirlwind of hurricane drinks.
I'm very curious what Ratigan looks like with a beard.
Ratigan drinks alcohol?
Aye. As far as the service that you desire, I can facilitate such a thing.
Right.
It will take considerable amounts of coinage to pay bribes to certain port authorities between here and Cheliax, and to a good captain that won't talk too much and keep the ledgers clear of our friend. Is that something that you'd be interested in?
I'm gonna look to Algar like, you mouthed off that you have the coin, dude.
Absolutely. What ballpark are we looking at here?
You guys realize this is a death sentence for him. Do you know that?
Death sentence for the doctor?
Yeah.
Isn't he already?
Why should I care about this man? You saw what he did to Reyna. You saw what he did to the people before. Why should I care that his life is extinguished in a blink? In order to serve the greater good. To find out who he is working for and what their plans are. Why should I care that his life is extinguished?
Then just kill him now. Well, why
But
spend
what
all
would
this
that-
time wasting your time?
What would that
Because-
gain us if we could gain some information from it?
Because as
Though?
much as I would go, and as Algar hit the nail on the head, it is easy to go into the back room and slit his throat. If I thought that it was expedient to do that, I would have already done it, and we would not be talking to this man here right now about putting a tail on. But
Yep.
if we can make his death serve a purpose, well, that is a little bit more useful than Brynjar just going in and slitting his throat, yes?
Cheliax doesn't want him, though. It seems in his journal that he has a bad relation with Cheliax, or he's betrayed their trust.
I do not so much care for the man, Drake. I care more for who his superiors are.
Sure.
That is what concerns me.
I don't think you're
Yes, we could
gain-
probably find who employed him by our own devices. But we will have a much easier time if somebody is dogging his steps.
I think he'll be dead as soon as he hits the shore.
At least well, at least we might have someone on the inside who can let us know who killed him. If it isn't his employer, then at least we know. A piece of something from Cheliax of who he is pissed off.
I'm going to look at Chuck or at fucking Terry and be like, will your man be able to accomplish such a thing?
Kind of thinks about it. I can instruct my man to trail any friends of the dear doctor once he's arrived in Cheliaxin port. Of course, won't be able to go into any buildings should he be brought in, but at least you'll know where he goes off to. But your friend kind of points towards Draketh. If your friend might be right. If he's crossed the Cheliaxin government, if you do so and live outside the bounds of the shackles.
I think this is quite true, and Draketh, you're right to bring this up. But I can't imagine having this man aboard our ship, the man who is responsible for Radigan's mother's death. If he could bring some good, tangentially, of course, he wouldn't be doing it himself, but if he could bring some good to us, I feel like this is the right thing to do. But if you disagree, I'm all ears. We're a team.
We could deliver him to Vidrian. They, at least from what I've heard, erased their governmental rule of Cheliax. Not sure what's over there, though. Sure they'd love to see him, knowing who he is.
Bring him to justice.
Mm-hmm.
I like your thinking, Draketh. I love your thinking, in fact. I think, in a way, Radigan has formed some form of justice. And this will just further bring justice to anyone else that he's hurt, right?
That is if the rumors are to be true. I haven't traveled there myself, but to actually see the downfall. But no word has traveled up to my town before, but can't be sure.
I think it's a great idea. I would still, if you think it's a good idea too, I would still and kind of talking to everyone, including
Terry?
Yes, sorry, Terry. I was so blanking on his name. Terry, and say I would still think it would be prudent to have a man follow him, just in case. I would want to make sure that if we did send him there, that he did face some form of justice.
Yeah, I mean, we're planning on going there. We could deliver him ourselves. That is if this Wayfinder. Oh, I shouldn't be really saying this out loud.
You can say whatever you want out loud.
Screw it. Radigan trusts Terry. The Wayfinder. The Journal of what the heck? Where is this all?
Yeah, those trinkets used by that the Pathfinder Society. Yeah, I've heard of them. Interesting baubles, I suppose.
See, I say as a point, Terry, you get it.
Yeah, what do you know of the Pathfinder Society?
Just what I've heard. There's a few sects here and there. People come in and out of Quent Harbor all the time. Few of them Pathfinders, seeking for fame, fortune, glory, all the good things. All those that are official members get them the Wayfinders. They look like those fancy pocket watches from Absalom. Those gold and silver and the like. They seem nice. They seem to help those magic users with their magic in one form or another. Don't really care for magic myself. If I can't wield it with a hammer, don't like it.
A hammer? Blunt instruments.
Don't know much more about them Wayfinders beyond that.
Do you know a Benjamin Gunn at all?
Benjamin Gunn.
Sorry, Professor Belaf. Seems to be
Belloc.
I don't know. Maybe. He seems to be a professor somewhere in Vidrian's capital.
I have heard of that lad. He's a venture captain down there in Vidrian. Head of one of them Pathfinder orders, one of them temples. Supposed to be a high and mighty sort. One that people like to talk about, and yeah, he seems well respected, I suppose. Can't really say. Never met the man myself. Only heard of him. Supposed to be a treasure hunter back in his day.
And he hails from Vidrian?
As far as I know. Born and raised. But, you hear stories.
I think we take Colts with us to Vidrian. And seek out the justice for him.
I think this is a fair proposal. Again, my only concern is him being on the same boat with Radigan. I feel like he's in such a tough place right now. I know I would find it difficult to be stuck on a boat with someone like him.
Well, if we get bored, we can always throw him overboard.
Like he's saying, Ratigan will have to learn how to suck it up. It is a cruel thing to say, but if Ratigan believes in the greater good, then he will find a way to manage.
It sounds like we are. If you're okay, I think I'm on board with this plan. Brynjar, how do you feel about us taking the good doctor with us to seek justice in Vidrian?
Justice is good. And if it comes down to it and we are not pleased with the results, I will cut his head off myself and mount it on a pike at the front of our ship.
I don't think anyone would oppose to that.
Then by all means, let us take the simpleton with us from the ship.
All right. That be your decision. I'll see that the lads facilitate the transfer of our dear friends.
Thank you, Terry.
Expect his
Alright.
delivery soon as night falls. Don't need any wandering eyes.
No, of course we wouldn't. I say as I shake hands with Terry with a couple gold coins in my hand.
Ah, thank you, lad. You just paid for my bar tab tonight.
Something I have always fond of doing, Terry. Something I'm always fond of doing.
If you need any insight on the goings and comings in Quent, you ring me up the next time you're around. I'll give you the down low.
We'd greatly appreciate it.
Ringer's gonna look at Algar in betrayal like, excuse me, you weren't paying my bar tab off.
Algar's going to think about that for a second and be like, give me a receipt sometime and I'll give you I'll cover you.
Actually, I would like to inquire more information about Quent, if you have a second, Terry, as he kind of nudges him in the far corner as Algar and Brynjar are talking to each other.
Talk about reimbursement.
I'll take a look at that and kind of nudge Algar like, come, let's leave business to the interested parties. We can continue our conversation outside this.
Absolutely.
Of course, I always have a few moments for a friend.
I'll actually have a chat with Algar after Dracketh and Terry complete their business.
Love it.
Yeah, Terry, I don't know if we ran into some new sailors a couple days ago, or actually a couple weeks ago, sorry. Do you happen to know Captain who sails under Ziltron? Have you seen any sails or people like that in Quent? We ran into a small little hiccup, but wasn't sure if they were making their way into Quent.
Ziltron. Ah, you're referring to that, what was the name of that town? Down south of here. Bloody. Sand Grill. Is that right? Sand Grill?
Dracus kind of shocks his eyes a little bit, kind of nods.
I've heard a few things. Word is, kind of grabs your shoulder and make sure no one else can hear. Word is, there's been a bit of power struggle down there. There's this prick, head of the Ziltrans. Seems to take control most recently. Something about being quite disturbed by some upper politics, some sort of betrayal, something along those lines. The details, I haven't quite heard all the details, just from a few traders here and there. There was a couple other interesting tidbits that I heard most recently in the last couple of weeks, if you're interested, about them Ziltrans. It seems that they've taken on the collecting of heavier taxes among those little villages around them. Where it is, those that can't pay, coin that is, pay for any debts in the flesh. Collection of slaves to be sold to Cheliacs up north. I even heard word of this little hovel. He's kind of snapping his fingers, trying to like think about it. Like, bloody hell, what was the name of that town? Willowwood. That was the name of it. So I heard about this little town of halflings down in Willowwood. Apparently, they had a bad crop. They couldn't pay their fee, their tithe to the Ziltrans. So instead, they collected up a dozen or so of their patriots and set them off to a slave vessel up north towards Cheliax. Never been a fan of them vessels. Poor souls.
Well, are these attacks frequent, or is this more of a warning, a one-time warning?
Only heard of one so far. Could have been strategic, though. You never know about them. Could have been sent as a warning to any of the others. Pay the tithe or see the consequences. Can't say for sure.
Is this
These are
recent?
all. Oh, I got word about this a few weeks ago. 2 or 3.
Yeah, we may have intercepted that, but it's hard to know.
Well, gonna give you a bit of advice, lad.
Please.
There are a few in this town of Quent of ours. They give me the heebie-jeebies. But them down in Sangril, them Ziltrans. I've heard stories of them. They put the goosebumps on any heavy sailor. Not one I'd want to cross. If you have the option, steer clear of them. They'll cut you down as soon as they see ya.
Yeah, you'd be right to do the same. Don't deal with them.
That's why I'm only whispering, lad. Don't need any of their friends around here.
Drakith scratches his head to kind of bring his hat a little bit lower, and nods and agrees. Well, I appreciate your help, and stay out of trouble, will you?
No promises.
I thought not.
But next time you're in Quent, look me up. I'll tell you what I know.
Will, thank you.
Safe travels, and may the wind always be with you.
Ah, she is. Dragon chuckles.
Kind of cross of that. Talking about them goddess. Gozra. Talking about Gozra. You follow her.
I do. In my town, we know her as Gazre.
Gozra, that's the one.
Your accent, though, is quite remarkable.
That's what happens when you sail from here to there. You get a bit of this and you get a bit of that.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, no. Gazre, kind of a more recent follower, if you know what I mean. But yeah, trying to do my best and making sure that her fate aligns with ours.
Kind of turns around, kind of reveals a little bit from his bicep, and you can see the insignia of Gazra on her, on his bicep.
Heck yeah.
Fellow converts, I can sell.
That's cool. Yeah, I like that.
Well, in any case, may she always be with you, and he never against you.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true.
Well, I got work to do, so if you don't mind, unless there's anything else.
Dracket looks at Algar and Brynjar.
Dude, we're outside.
Oh, you are? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I should probably tend to them. Who knows what trouble they've stirred now.
Yeah, better keep an eye on them, lads.
Thank you, Terry.
Of course. Fair
Till
sales.
Till next time. Well,
All
gentlemen,
right. Go
you
ahead.
guys ready?
I believe we are.
We are.
Let's get the heck out of here.
Do the shit.
All right. With that, I think we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. So sit tight. And we are back. All right. So, night finally falls. Your vessel is near ready for its next voyage. And Terry, the dockhand, foreman of the docks, as he promised, manages to sneak the now gagged and sackclothed Dr. Hans Kultz on to your vessel. All seems ready to leave as night is at its precipice and the moon high. Then you notice Mukduk is not among you. You look around, looking for him.
Fuck is the goblin?
Looking around, finding none. You eventually and finally find him standing on the dock itself. His silhouette echoed in the moonlight as he looks not towards the vessel, but back towards Quent. He stands there motionless, steadfast, until an equal-statured figure emerges. And in the light, you can see Zotiva. Her figure outlines, her musket strapped to her back, and the moonlight flickered slightly and the goggles placed upon her brow. You can see her step forward towards Mukduk. A few moments pass. And the words exchanged between them is now muffled by the ins and outs of the tide. What you can see is what seems to be a flicker, a twinge, a trick of the light. Though it's not a trick of the light, it is a tear as it rolls down Zotiva's face. She turns, returning to Quent. Muckduck breaks. He falls to his knees. Few paces elapse. Zotiva turns, looks back at Muckduck, and you can see now both her eyes wetted, moist with tears, as she quickens her stride and is enveloped by the shadows of Quent. Muckduck, still on his knees, uses his great spoon gun as a crutch and hobbles towards the vessel. As you look at him, you can see he too is drenched with tears. And a coarse look on his face, almost as though he's trying to hold back his emotions. He boards the vessel and makes his way towards the lower decks, saying not a single word. How do you guys react?
Gonna look to Drakic and say, will you make sure he's alright?
Yeah, Jacket nods and head in the same direction Muckduck seems to be going.
You find Muckduck in the lower decks, twisted into his bunk, his blankets thrown over him as he swings only slightly by the motion of the tide.
Draken's gonna reach over to grab his shoulder and kind of turn him so he's facing me.
He recoils, plunging his face into his pillow. And you can hear the soft sobs of your little goblin companion.
Oh, God.
God.
Muckduck. Hey. Snuff out of it, buddy.
Leave me alone.
What happened out there?
I don't want to talk about it.
What's going on, man?
No.
We're not leaving until you're set.
No. Continues to sob softly, using the pillow to muffle his sounds.
You want Brynjar to beat you out, beat those tears out of you? Because you know he will.
Just leave me alone, Drakith.
Buddy,
I need to be alone.
buddy, I'm here for you.
I don't want you.
Yeah, we all know who we want, dude.
What do you want, Mug Duck?
I want to be alone right now, Drageth.
Fair enough. As Draketh turns to leave, right before the framing of the door, Draketh stops. Says, "It's a funny thing about destiny. You'll never know what could be unless you harness your own destiny." And he begins to walk away.
Make your way back to the top deck, rejoining your compatriots Algar and Draka. What do you do?
Yeah, he's pretty beat up down there.
Shall I beat them up further?
No, I think I assume he wants to be alone.
He didn't want anything to do with me, but maybe he wants. Maybe you guys can get him. Get some information out of him.
I find in moments of, well, clearly this is some form of heartbreak, that sometimes it is nice to have a moment to yourself.
Brynjar's already walking towards the room.
I'm saying this with my head down so I don't see that, and I'm like, maybe, a strong drink and some good food, and I look up and see it, and I see Brynjar's doing his own thing.
Brynjar comes back 5 seconds later after hitting a locked door, like, I do not think that he wants to talk to us right now.
Yeah.
When he's ready to talk, he'll talk.
I do not understand why he's in such a bind about this girl. I mean, Zotiva is great, don't get me wrong, but he is on a ship. And, I mean, there is a responsibility to more than just himself here. Women weaken the heart. No offense, Algar.
I was going to say, I understand completely with him right now. It's always hard to leave a loved one, especially, when something else calls you to, to do something else.
Get used to it.
Draketh at that remark absolutely knows what you're saying and kind of nods in agreement.
Brynjar has a look of dismissiveness on his face.
Feeling the
Like he's
somber.
trying to hide something. Like he's trying to hide something.
Feeling the somber mood. Algar's like, well, I'll go below deck and get dinner going for the crew. If you all want to need me, just you'll find me down there.
Do you need any help?
If you or any crewmates are willing to help, I would be more than happy to have it.
I'd love to learn from you some more. I know you showed me that fish recipe.
Algar's excited at the prospect of this. And grabs kind of tightens the belt on his his little leather apron that he wears, and is like, "Let's get to work then."
I will take over the helm. I think that chap is a little green around the gills. It is good to be back where I belong. So, if you have needed me, you will know where to find me, yes?
Of course. There's no one else I'd want at the front of the ship now.
Brynjar's going to go shove Chuck off the wheel and take over it. Not literally, but just kind of be all like, hey, go take a nap.
Do your thing.
All right. We'll go ahead and start with Brynjar. So using the stars as your guide and the Mariner's chronometer, if you so choose, you can plot a course for your journey towards Vidrian.
I do.
If that is indeed your destination.
I'm assuming that's where we're going, so yeah, I do.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a sailing law
Sailing law.
check.
Let's go. Fuck!
Okay.
Oh, what?
Duly noted.
Crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
What? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I have
till now.
no clue how. I don't know. I don't understand.
Okay. We'll switch over to Draketh and Algar. You guys are down in the brig preparing dinner for the folks. What are you making?
Ooh, well, we still have some fresh ingredients. So I'm going to be making. Well, let's see, what was on the menu. I did have something written down. Oh shoot, where was it? I had it written down.
Was
What
it
are we-
perhaps the sweet and salty calamari?
It is now. I had something else written earlier today, and I've lost it. I don't know where it's at. I'm gonna say yes. That's what we're doing. We're going with that delicious, sweet and salty, squid calamari. 100%.
All right. So go ahead. Go ahead and roll a. Go ahead and role play it. Go ahead and roll a. You have a cooking lore check, right, or something
Nailed
like
it.
that? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Go ahead and do that.
You got it.
All right, solid. All right. It seems that you have masterfully, with Draketh's aid, replicated the street food so beloved by the citizens of Quent. And as the rest of the sailors come down for their supper, they seem a little bit more invigorated, hopeful for the next voyage, whatever is to come. Anything that you talk about as you enjoy your sweet, salty, and slightly spicy calamari?
I'll have been talking anyone who will listen's ear off to the intricate delicacies of of cooking calamari and squid. Talking about it needs to be on high heat for 2 minutes, no more, no less. You don't want it to you don't want it to be too squishy, but you don't want it to be too firm either. And I see that half the crew is asleep listening to this, so I'm like, all right, maybe another time.
In the same vein, Draketh is also saying, yeah, by the time I finished 2 servings, Algar had already did tenfold. It's insane. That man goes to work. I thought I was fast. He's fast.
Well, upon hearing that, I'm very again, like, just an awkwardness of like, oh, I was like, I don't know how to react to that. It's just so nice to hear that. Thank you, Draketh. I hope in showing you some, I can show you some more culinary tricks, and maybe you can show me how to swing a good right hook. I'd love to see, or maybe some of that meditation. I would love to learn some of that at some point in time.
Well, you'll know where to find me every morning.
I'll be there.
Ghost ride the wind. Oh wait, no, that wasn't in his accent. Ghost ride the wind.
Elgar will add the caveat. I'll be there, as long as it doesn't interfere with me getting up early to make breakfast for everyone.
Yeah.
Can't have a hungry crew first thing in the morning.
How about this? I'll help you with breakfast, and once it's set and prepped, then we can go. And I can show you a few things or two.
I'll reach my hand out, shake Dracus, say, deal.
All right. With that, everyone finishes up their supper, adjourns for the night, other than Brynjar. It's holds fast for his.
Can I just say that I'm
his what?
somehow doing donuts in this sloop?
Just spinning the wheel.
It's just ghost riding the ship.
Hell yeah.
You're good. You're good.
You're good.
You're good.
Don't worry, Cap. We'll buff out those scratches later.
That's my crit fail. I'm literally doing donuts in the middle.
And everyone wakes the next morning. And what is it that you're making for breakfast for everyone, Algar?
I'll do something very simple. Been a while since he's had a chance to bake anything, so he's gonna make some biscuits, drizzle a little honey on those bad boys, and serve it up with fresh cup of coffee with a little bit of raspberry in the coffee. It's been freshly squeezed to mix in, not too much so it's overly sweet, but just a hint of tart raspberry in there.
All right.
Nice.
It seems that the crew has been particularly infatuated with your choice in breaking fast meals. They seem quite jubilated by the sight of such a bounty before them. And come on. And at about the time that everyone breaks fast, you hear one of the watchmen, the one in particular, the one at the crow's nest, call out, "There she blows!"
I presume we are not talking about Chuck vomiting over the edge again.
"Nay, Captain!"
Very good. What do you see?
"I see her blowing. Didn't you hear me the first time?"
Testify, asshole. Which end of which side? Port or starboard?
"Port side."
Thank you. Is that so hard? I'm going to look to the port side.
"Yes."
You just lost your grog privileges.
"Fuck."
Is what you would be doing if you had shore leave. You don't have that either.
"I'm having a bad day."
And it's only just starting.
"Fuck me."
Ask your crewmates.
"Maybe later."
Good lad.
Oh my god.
And on the port side, as
Oh my
did the man
God.
at the mast say, you see a pod of whales. They're kind of flickering up and down as the sun rises from the horizon. You can see the glimmer of their skin and their blubber as they jump up and down from the water, almost as though they're keeping pace with the vessel, almost as though they're playing with the vessel, using it as their own personal plaything, and finding it quite amusing. And as the crew kind of ferry off to the port side to see this sight, everyone kind of has a moment of inner and outer reflection, almost as though seeing such a beautiful sight, creature so innate, so in tune with its own habitat, boasts a good omen for the voyage to come. And everyone seems a little bit jolly, a little bit more joyful in having seen the sight. Their morale seems to have resolved, and they seem steadfast in their duties following this, seeing the ups and downs of these killer whales. As kind of the rest of the crew kind of goes into their duties, you as officers continue to enjoy the sight of these magnificent creatures. What do you do or say?
Algar strikes up a sea shanty.
Oh.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Okay.
If you want to call, you should be able to see all the sea shanties, all the lyrics of the sea shanties. If you want to call one out, I can get the crew to pick this up.
Fish in the sea.
Ooh, fish in the sea. Oh yeah, I can do this one. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So so as you kind of get the crew started up on the hum, you get them all to harmonize. They begin to sing A Fish in the Sea.
Come all you young sailor men, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather. Come all you young sailor men, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea, and it's windy weather.
Together, boys, blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly southwester, she goes.
Steady she goes, jumps the gear with its slippery tail, climbs up aloft and races the topsail, and it's windy weather, boys. Windy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly southwester, boys, steady she goes, and then up jumps the shark with his 9 rows of teeth, saying, "You eat the dogs, and I'll eat the beef." And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly southwester, boys, steady she goes. Now jumps the whale, the largest of all. If you want any wind, well, blow ye's a squall, and it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys. When the wind blows, we're all together, boys. Blow ye winds westerly.
All right. It seems that the crew joining in song have all kind of gained a kind of a sense of good omen, a sense of well-being for the voyage to come, and their morale has boosted, and they seem quite joyful in their duties, quite content in the actions of the day. And about the time that these joyous songs surmise and begin to damper, the officers Drakith, and Algar. Roll a perception check.
Perception. There we go. Whoop.
Wow.
All right.
Ooh.
Drakith. Or, perception. Yep, Drakith. You notice an odd orientation of the sun. Expecting it to be on your port side, it is instead on your stern or starboard side. And you realize that you are now, and since leaving Quent, heading not southward and then southeastward towards Vidren, but rather northward in the absolute wrong direction.
Yeah, sitting there, meditating, closed eyes. Thinks to himself, shouldn't the sun be behind me? Huh. Yells over to Brynjar. Hey, where'd you set plot?
What's up? The fuck's the plot?
Where are we going?
Did you not hear me call it out? I ghost rid the ship. The ship.
So we're going.
We're still going in a circle right now.
You're not going in a circle. You're going north.
Oh, we're going north.
Absolutely wrong direction.
We're going to Cheliax?
Yes, is this not the way to Cheliax?
Oh, it is. But I thought we were going to Vidrian.
Oh, I thought we were going to Cheliax. Maybe you should take over.
Who said we were going to Cheliax?
No, we got confused. People were saying Cheliax, then they said Vidrian. Listen. I'm Brynjar shut the shield, not Brynjar steer the ship. I'm good for breaking shield walls and killing motherfuckers and then fucking their women. I don't know what you want me to do when it comes to steering the boats. I'm trying. I'm fighting for my damn life out here, Drakith.
Maybe I shouldn't have said he would be the only person I trust at the front of the boat last night.
Fuck you, Algar!
Did I say that out loud?
Yes!
Drakith points the way to Vidrian. That way.
I'm going to moodily pull Chuck back to the helm and then stomp my moody ass down the stairs. And go get breakfast.
I'll
You better be sober, Chuck.
Ugh, all this before the morning grog.
just seeing how pissed you are, I'm gonna kind of, as quiet as I can, yell down to the cabin boys and be like, make sure it gets double portions.
Double the portions of the grog.
No, Chuck, not you.
But I am the captain here. I get double the portions.
Sure.
We're just going to growl at Chuck.
He's too drunk to notice.
I'm going to grab Chuck by the front of his shirt and pull him real close so we're eye to helmet and say, Chuck, you fuck this up. I will eat your liver. Do you understand the words I am saying to you right now?
He possibly can't mess up more than what you did.
Shut up, Drakith!
Roll intimidation.
It's pretty hard to intimidate a drunk man, or it can be very easy to, actually.
It is going to be either really fucking easy or really fucking hard.
Right.
There's no in between. Wow. Okay, that's a 15.
You're saying that I'm not a good captain. It's almost like I was going the wrong direction. All goddamn night. I don't know anyone like that. Do you know anyone like that, Brynjar? Brynjar the Shatter Shield. Brynjar the wrong way.
I'm slowly reaching for my sax knife right now.
Well, you're gonna gut me like a fish. At least you could do that right.
Oh my
You can steal the ship right. That's for sure.
Uh,
Probably couldn't even satisfy them women rights.
Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no.
no.
There's a reason you had to pay them in coin.
Oh my.
Yeah, he's getting suplexed into the deck now. He's getting suplexed. Okay, at that one, Brynjar is going to suplex the drunk.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
All right. He's gonna like slam him down onto the floor.
Yep, head first.
Roll athletics.
Wait,
Knock him out.
probably shouldn't, but
All right.
Either way.
Slam him down, and you kind of hear a big.
keep talking.
Worth it. And he passed out.
Yeah, well, one of us is unconscious right now, so I'm going to kick him in the balls while he's unconscious.
Oof.
Really fucking hard. There's a lot of shit Brynjar will let slide. That ain't one of them.
Roll unarmed attack.
This I gotta see.
$28.
Where is this guy's stats? Why is he in chapter 2 stats?
Look, I have an armor class of 23. If he has a higher armor class than me, something is majorly wrong.
That's a crit roll damage.
Oh!
Critical it is. Oh, shit. Sorry, I rolled that twice. The first one should be the correct one.
First
All right.
one. All right.
So it's a 10.
As you kick him in, you see a pool of blood emerge from his abdomen. It seems that you not only kicked him in the groin, but severed his lower abdomen, and you can see bits and pieces of his lower intestine flow outward. In front of the whole crew, the crew kind of stunned at what they're seeing. What do you do?
What are you looking at? Get back to work!
A couple of them return to their work. The others are just absolutely stunned at everything, at what they're seeing. They're just deer in the headlights, looking at their captain being attacked by one of their officers.
Okay, which one of you doing the headlights fuck sticks know how to steer the ship and set a course?
They go back to their work. They're like, nope, we're not. Nope,
Yeah,
not getting involved.
that's what I thought. I'm going to pull a health potion out and I'm going to shove it into Chuck's mouth.
As you shove it into his mouth, it seems to have no effect.
Oh,
Shit, I guess you may want to. Yeah, I'm gonna run and try and heal him.
As you go forth and try to heal him, you immediately realize it's too late.
Wait, you trying to Bevanburr this motherfucker?
Yeah.
Well, shit, I'm the captain now.
What did you do?
Yeah.
Kicked him in the dick so hard, he died.
He was one of us, though.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
the captain.
There are few things that I will allow to pass, gentlemen. An insult to my prowess in the bedroom is not one of them, and I'm going to walk past both of them, unrepentant as fuck.
Oh my god.
Brynjar, shatter shield. Brynjar can steal the shit. Brynjar, shatter your nutsack, perhaps.
Can't believe Chuck is dead. Oh god.
R.I.P.
Mount
Chuck.
off.
Or,
Chuck.
R.I.P. Chuck. All right. Algar's gonna close his eyes and
Actually, hold on. I think that that unarmed attack was, that is under the thing of, it's non-lethal. So it is supposed to, it's used to knock creatures unconscious instead of killing them.
Unless your name is Draken.
Unless your name, that is legitimate. It is legitimately registered.
Oh,
as
yeah,
non-lethal.
you're right. You're right.
He's just,
All right.
he's knocked out.
Oh,
He is at 0 HP.
He's
Yeah.
fine. He's fine. He's just knocked out.
I got wrapped up in the moment.
Yeah, he's
oh my god! I was like, fucking Chuck is dead.
He's probably going to feel that in the morning, and he is probably never going to be able to reproduce. Not that that's a problem, because I don't think the world can handle another Chuck. But he's fine. He's alive. He's just never going to get to use his one-eyed Willy ever again.
Oh my god! Good thing he's married. Hopefully, he's had kids.
And if he's married, he's not getting it anyway, so he's fine. He'll be fine. Yeah,
All
no.
right, he is just unconscious. Right now.
Damn.
Oh, God.
Well, in that
Beyond
case,
unconscious.
instead of closing his eyes, I'm gonna pick him up and take him to his room.
All right.
I'm gonna grab a portion of breakfast real quick and follow Algar down to Mukduk's room and see if the door is locked. First of all,
So since you guys are using a sloop, there's not so much like an officer's quarters as much as like an officer's wing or an officer's area. Each one of you has your own, what do you call it? Not bunk bed. Hammock.
Mhm.
In the lower decks. But it seems that he has not left the hammock at all.
yeah, Draken's not saying a word. Just places the plate in an area where he can reach and whatnot.
Fair enough. At about this time, you hear from topmast, "Souls on horizon!"
Brynjar has finished stuffing his face with biscuits and comes out with chipmunk cakes, just like,
Oh, having laid Chuck down in his. Well, does Chuck have a bed actually, or is he also in a?
Everybody's got a hammock.
Everybody's got a hammock. All right. Well, he's gonna enjoy the hammock, and I'm gonna take a mental note to check on him later. Run up upon hearing that.
Okay. Returning to the top deck, you see, as you kind of just squint your eyes, just on the horizon, you can see a pair of white sails. Can't quite make out much out of the direction, but it seems to be going in the same vicinity as your newfound course, southward.
Sailor, what details can you make out? If you can make out anything useful, I'll give you back your grog privileges.
Would you mind handing up the spyglass? I can't see shit with the naked eye.
Certainly. I'm going to call for a spyglass.
All right. One of the sailors returns with a spyglass and hurries it up to the top deck mainsailman. Ah. Oh no! My mouse just
Exploded.
yeah,
Whoa.
he performed Sabuku. Hold on.
God.
Like, no, it's not worth living.
Yeah,
Hold on a
just-
second. Give me a minute.
Kamikaze.
All right, we're back.
Ah!
We're back. We're back. My mouse is fine. All right. So the mainsailman. Let's see. Let's see. Cool. She be a trader. Caravel. That's all I know. What do you do?
What do you think, gentlemen? Should we raise a sail of friendship or?
Simple trader. We feel like we have no need to do anything but signal friendship. But Draketh.
Let's keep our distance, though, if we can. Actually,
Through with the clenched fist. Load the guns.
I'm gonna take an extra look through that spyglass.
Roll perception.
Okay.
All right, you see no more than the man at the top deck, the crow's nest. It appears to be a caravel by the looks of her. Perhaps a trader, commonly used by all nations as a trading vessel. But as far as what nation she hails from, what faction she allies to, and the name of the ship, cannot say.
Yeah, better keep a distance. This place gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Upon recollection, Algar kind of thinks about it for a second and then says, I feel like a lot of places give you the heebie-jeebies.
Well, yeah.
I'll yell out for us to hoist a sail of friendship.
Okay.
You mean flag?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
All right, so you hoist your party's flag?
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Oh shoot.
Oh, dang.
Flag of black silk. Very it is very much like noticeable as a brand new flag, but it is a flag of black silk, emblazoned with the image of a red kraken.
Okay.
Love it.
It seems so. A few hours elapse as you both traverse the seaward bounds southward. It seems to hold a similar distance to you, about 5 or so miles away from your current location. As far as its destination. You're unsure, but it seems to be holding the same course as it did before. Do you make any course change? And at this point, you guys, let's see. Hopefully this doesn't break the game. Because I know this map is a big map. Hopefully this is okay. Can you guys see the main map?
We talking the world? Is this the world map?
The world map.
It's coming up. It's at 98% for me.
Same.
All right.
Almost there.
We're almost there.
Almost there. It's away.
Let me know once you can see that.
Sitting at 98 still for me. I'll reload. Let me reload. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, you might try refreshing.
Oh, there it is.
Oh my gosh, the minute when you said that, it came up on mine too. Started reloading.
Well, that's not gonna work.
Patience. I should just learn patience as a young Padawan.
Oh no.
Patience. Well, the
Oh,
Jedi
Paige is
just time to
unresponsive.
load in as well.
With 100.
Okay, I'm realizing I do not have a token to represent the ship, so... Oh, that is not going to work. But you know what?
Big
Here's
fuck
what
up.
we're going to do.
Well,
I am going to edit said token to 1 times 1. Hopefully that works. Hey, it worked, sort of. All right. So, can you guys see that map?
yes.
It is. My computer's having a little trouble. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? Gosh dang it.
Is that a no?
Sorry, give me 1 second, but feel free to keep going. It should be loading up anytime.
Oh. All right, so I'll go ahead and describe it. So you guys are just now exiting the shackles, having taken about a full day's journey, both the night and the evening. So about this time, it's about evening time, and the cloud of darkness of the night is kind of beginning to erupt. And you can see you are right about here. So right about south of the shackles, kind of making your way towards Vidrian, generally, in this direction. And the other vessel is right about here. It's about 10 or so miles off. It seems to be keeping the same course as you. Be that the same destination as you desire towards Vidrian, or like ports such as Blood Cove and Sangreal, is difficult to say. Or is it pursuing you? Also difficult to say. But it does seem to be holding about a 10 or so mile radius. Or excuse me, 5 or so mile radius from you.
Do we want to proceed, gentlemen?
They've shown no sign of aggression, right?
I suppose.
What have we to fear? What are they going to do? Throw their wares at us?
Brynjar looks like he wants them to do that. I want to fight. I want to raid.
Since we are closer now, I'm curious if I could take a closer look at it, maybe with the spyglass, and see if I notice anything.
Go ahead and
Same.
roll perception. And do you have a regular spyglass or a enhanced spyglass?
Ooh, let me double check. Let's see.
Because the enhanced spyglass will give you a +1 to perception. Regular will just give you the ability to look at about 5 miles.
Just a regular one.
Okay. So go ahead and roll perception for me.
Yikes.
All right. You really don't know much more else. It seems that you're not able to discern with the diminishing light as it is anything more than the man at the crow's nest has told you, nor can Brynjar using the spyglass. You know that it is, in fact, a caravel, perhaps a trading vessel. Caravels are typically used by traders, but they are often also used by slavers as well as a means of transporting their wares. But it's also used as a reconnaissance vessel for some other less than scrupulous nations on the naval scheme. It's hard to say. Caravels are a rather versatile workhorse of the naval fleet. As far as any nation that it hails from, or faction that it adheres to, you can see none.
That is an unmarked ship in international waters. It is suspicious.
Is there any way we could communicate with them, you think? Or,
We could always bring the ship alongside.
Dracus, how do you feel about that?
Uneasy.
Helmsman!
What be your orders?
Pursue!
That sounds like a job for the person that is controlling the ship, not the guy at the crow's nest.
Then why the fuck are you responding? I called for the helmsman!
I just wanted to feel involved.
You can have your grog privileges back. That made me chuckle.
Huzzah!
You still don't get shore leave, though.
Damn it. Okay. Sorry, I had a nerd moment.
It was great.
An extra portion of grog for anyone who can get us alongside that ship.
Everybody is like, "Oh, I can do that." Grog, you say grog, we'll help.
Brynjar's gonna look to Drakith and Algar like, look, you see how easy it is to motivate these people?
All right, so whoever is piloting the ship, roll a sailing lore check.
I'm scared. What do you think, boys? Should I fine? I'll do it myself this, or does anybody else?
Yeah, I feel like if I got no skills here, so this would I'd just be hindering things.
Drakith, how's your sailing lore look?
Oh yeah, I'm trained.
So am I. What's your plus?
Let's see. I think it's +8.
Okay, so we're both the same. Do you want to do it, or should I?
Yeah, you got it.
Fuck it, here we go. Better, 18.
Hey.
Let's see. What is you guys'? Ship DC is 22. Okay. All right. So, night falls. And all that you can see on the horizon is bits and glimmer of the lanterns on the opposing ship. You traverse perhaps 100 nautical miles. The time and the nights. Sorry. Over the course of the night. And when morning breaks, you find yourself about a mile away from the opposing vessel. It seems little bit more clear, a little bit more outlined than it did before, having been being so much closer than that 5 or 10 miles as it was thus a few days or a day prior.
Roseman, what do you see?
Will you pass up the spyglass?
You didn't keep it the first time?
You asked for it back, didn't you?
Smart ass.
I love this guy.
A dumbass.
Daniel just gives him a finger at that point.
This guy's great. Let's promote him.
Retrieving the spyglass. Oof. It's gonna be rough. Oh. All right. She be a vessel of Rahodom. She be a vessel of Rahodom.
Where the fuck is that?
Dracketh immediately feels a lot calmer. Just like a weight lifted off of his shoulders.
He be a caravel outfitted with reinforced oak.
Should we raid her?
That be a choice for the captain.
If the captain was asking the crewsman opinion,
Her hulls be levied with good tradable goods, I say. We could find a fine profit.
do you think she would fare poorly or well? How do you think she would stand against our guns?
It's hard to say. I don't see how many guns she bears.
You think a boarding action might be more prudent?
That is above my pay grade.
If the captain was asking your opinion again,
Maybe.
I'm going to look to my fellow officers.
You suggesting we attack it?
Trade is trade. And booty is booty. In every definition of the word. Yes, before you ask.
If they are simple tradesmen, I see no need to interfere with their business.
Briniar deflates.
That's not to say we couldn't trade with them, though.
Absolutely.
Crewsman!
What do you want now?
Mind your attitude, for starters. Secondly, run up a flag of truce.
Bearing the white flag, aye, sir.
He does not mind his attitude. I will be shattering his balls next.
I'm still thinking he deserves a raise.
I have a sharp eye, and I also have a sharp ear. Motherfucker.
We need to
Can we
promote
give this guy a name? We need,
We need to promote this man immediately.
He's just so. I love it.
Did I hear a promotion in my name?
Tell him.
Perhaps. Do not push your luck.
All right, so
I don't care where we go. We're taking him with us.
100%.
I don't care what ship we go to. We're taking his ass with us.
He wheels up the white flag of not surrender, but of
Bruce.
truce. Thank you, of truce, to indicate no ill tidings from one ship to the other. And it does take a moment, but the other ship reciprocates. It also hoists the white flag. And while it continues on its continued course, it seems to have no immediate ill effects on your vessel. What do you do?
Well, they clearly mean us no harm. I suppose it would be in poor... It would be in poor taste to attack them, would it not?
I would say so.
Can I recall knowledge for any sailor tricks of deception or?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a sailing lore check. All right, so you recognize the white flag as being akin to this, having the same meaning as the white flag boasted by one army to the other. Not necessarily a form of surrender, but more as a form of conversation, a dialogue between one commander to the other. And you know, additionally, that to boast a white flag in less than honest means, by that I mean in a method of deception, is one of those offenses that is frowned upon not only by man, an elf, and dwarf, and all races, but that of the gods, and is often resultant in the cursing of the gods themselves. And in the most extreme circumstances, the absolute destruction. So the sailors say.
Well, sounds like they request an audience. Let's give it to them.
Very well.
With that, we'll take a quick break.
Oh.
Be right back. One. And we are back. All right. So you have now hoisted the white color of truce. And it seems that the vessel is reciprocated. You're about a half mile or so away from the other vessel. What do you do? Seems to be the other vessel seems to be holding its course, at least for the time, at the moment. What would you like to do?
Putting her alongside, then.
Let's do it.
Let's go meet. Let's go meet. Let's go have a little powwow.
Right? See what's up.
Drakus is gonna kind of stand in the back of to.
Oh no! You are you are an officer of this ship. You will be playing a part.
Yeah, these ropes aren't gonna tie themselves.
Oh no! Don't you give me that shit.
No, they literally won't tie themselves.
Don't you give me that shit. We have plenty of crewmen to deal with the knots.
That's true.
I don't know. Everyone seems to be pretty busy, so.
Get over here.
Yeah, let's go.
Cry about it later.
I'm not sure I'll be the one crying.
I mean, we know that Chuck will.
As you draw closer, quarter mile or so, you can now finally read the insignia on the side and the rear of the vessel, noting that it is in fact from the nation of Rahodom. Its faction, the one it hails from, the Titans Trading Company. And the ship itself, the Maiden Fair. Looking at it, it seems to boast 3 light cannon on either side. And it finally slows enough to draw alongside your vessel, the clenched fist. Both of you still boasting the white flag of truce. And you hear, ushering from the other vessel, using a cone as a method to boast his voice greater and longer. What you assume to be the captain's voice. You hear, "Be your intentions true? Hold fast, and trade will commence."
I guess I'll Algar will shout out, cupping his hands. It's not as impressive as his bullhorn, but I'll say our intentions are true. We would wish to we would wish to trade if you are willing.
We be willing? Should your honor prevail? How do you respond?
Sorry, I'm trying to think of.
A bit questioning my honor, Algar.
No questioning of honor need be said. We will prove our worth. Prove that we are worthy of trading with you, I mean.
You hold fast?
Yeah.
Very well. Ordering
That scares
your
me every time.
Roll initiative.
Roll initiative.
ordering your crew to hold fast and lighten the sail so as to draw near the other vessel. You now begin to grow a glimpse of the man that seems to be commanding the opposing vessel. A rather slender individual,
Ooh.
gowned in golden silk and leather boots, with a great blue beard and golden blonde mustache, with a mane of blue hair to match, his golden headband matching his silks. He kind of bears his chest forward, fearing not any arrow or bolt, and boasting only 2 blades, it seems, a long scimitar and a shortened dagger. The 2 of you come alongside, and grapples are thrown by both you and your men to aid in such an effort. The blue-haired individual, seeming to be the leader or captain of the opposing vessel, leans one knee and grapples himself upon the edging of his own vessel. What nation be you hail from?
We are unaffiliated as of lately, but we are friendly.
And what faction be you hail from?
We've made sail from Quent.
The Pirate Haven?
Only for repairs.
I ask again, what faction do you hail from?
I say again, we are unaffiliated. If you must know who I am, I'm Harapin, and I hail from the great land of the Lenoran kings.
I know the land of the Halorm kings, but I know not the name of Halafin.
No, Harapin.
Hafen?
Harapin.
Right.
Yes, what you said.
Yes. Well, I am not a man of note, I am but a sailor. A well-armed and armored sailor, but a sailor nonetheless.
Be your business of trade,
But
or
of
be it
course,
of violence.
my sword is still in its scabbard. What need have I of committing violence to you? I have raised the white flag in truce, as of you, and we are having a civil conversation, are we not?
Civil thus far.
And
I
so-
wish to see what gold may transpire between one purse to the other, and goods
Then why do you?
thusly to one purse to the other.
Then why do you persist in being accusatory? If your intention is the spilling of gold and not blood, then why do not we commence trade?
My intention is not to be accusatory, but whether inquiratory, to know the man that I would do business.
Well, as I have said, I'm Sharpen. Men call me the Black. A rather ironic nickname, given that I have blonde hair. But here we are. And the pleasure of your name, Captain.
Even from the distance, you can see a twinge of his mustache kind of erect in the question of his name in a smile. I be Captain Marquis, Jakarta Esquire. And
A
he
nobleman.
and he does a little bit of a nobleman's stance, very traditional in the courts of the north, and kind of bows slightly towards mostly towards you, the officers, but on a slighter note to the lower sailors.
This dude is pog, fancy, and flamboyant. I hate him already.
I was gonna say I love this guy.
A nobleman, what are you doing on the high seas?
I seek adventure, fame, not so much golds. I have that in plenty, but a story worth telling. That is my quest. He kind of tops his hat towards you.
A story worth telling. Well, tell me, my friend. Are those blades upon your waist for show, or have you used them in honest battle?
Only to those that deserved it.
Indeed, I have found that the sons of noble houses are rather... How do I say? Technical in their application of the blade? Effective, no doubt, but a little lacking flair.
There, you say
There.
we lack.
On occasion.
Perhaps that might be something that could be remedied with the doing of business and a
And a
showing of
small-
valor.
Ah, a small exhibition for the men, I see.
Something to that accord.
Well, bring them alongside, allow our men to discuss the business of trade. We will form a square and see if your seal is indeed true. Yes?
After the business is done, perhaps would like to know the men that I would joust. How he does in his business before he does in his blade.
My business is the blade, my friend. But luckily for you, I have several associates with me here who are of a more gentle demeanor than I.
That's
Indeed, it is always good to be a wolf among house cats. It takes all sorts to make the world go round.
And he points towards Draketh and Algar. And does your noble friends speak for the lot of you?
Yes. He does speak for us.
Was that Jordan?
Yeah. Still loud.
Awesome.
He does speak for us. He is a great fighter and a great man. I would stake my reputation on it.
Ah, yes. But would you stake your wallet on him?
Yes.
And for you? Points towards Draketh.
You guys are sparring with weapons?
That is not our accord. We are simply businessmen.
Trade first, sparring later.
Yeah, he speaks.
He speaks.
This is why I like Algar better than you.
Tell me this then.
God.
What port do you hail from, and what port do you go to?
Oh God, we already told the man from where we hailed, and where we were. Oh wait, we did not tell him where we were going.
We are sailing from Quent to Vidrian.
To Vidrian, you say?
Aye.
My dwarven associate speaks through.
He speaks.
Perhaps then business can be made between you and I. I, too, seek Vidrian as a port to sell my wares, to bolster my coffers.
And what
Perhaps
wares
you can aid me in that endeavor. Perhaps then I can sell you some goods that you might inquire in Vidrian.
And what wares do you deal in, my friend?
I am a simple wine merchant. Kind of tilts his hat. I endow only in the finest of vintages, the Merlot, the Pinot Noir of Cheliacs. They make the worst of companies, but the best of wines.
Ah,
To that, perhaps business can be made. Perhaps from here I head north to refill my hull with said vitriolo. And you take from here down south to Vidrian to sell such wares. What do you say to this endeavor?
it seems but a. Well, one could say that the winds of fate have blown us together, my friends. Shall we do business?
May, if the price is right, of course.
Shall I set a plank aside so we may meet as men, and not shout at each other amongst the decks?
This is agreeable. And he kind of gestures towards his sailors to set a plank aside so that you might meet side by side, face to face, man to man. Takes a few moments for this to to occur. And he kind of stays on his vessel and kind of gestures towards you to cross forth so that you might meet him face to face as you so desire.
I'm going to gesture to the crew to basically like pay attention, like keep a weather eye out, and then I'm going to step on and cross over to their ship.
And Algar and Draka?
Oh, I'll go over too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very excited to maybe taste some of this wine.
As you come across, you notice that Captain Marquis Jakarta kind of
Yes.
thumbs at his blue beard in a motion of kind of inquiry, examining your stature, your prowess. And he gestures at one of his sailors to bring forth a barrel and several glasses. 4, exactly. 1 for each of you and 1 for himself. He fills each of the 4 glasses, handing 1 to each of you upon you entering his deck. To business to be done. He kind of holds his glass in a myriad of cheers and goodwill.
I'll tip my glass forward as well, and then can I perform a cooking lore check to like almost like smell?
I'm simply holding mine up, but I am not sipping it.
Just to get like a sense of what exactly we're drinking here. This is not a suspicious act, more of a as a fan of wine, fan of the spirits.
Go ahead, roll a cooking lore check.
Oh, baby.
Dang.
All right.
Ooh.
You kind of I don't have a wine glass in front of me. I'll have to use this. Kind of like hold it in front of you. Bouquet of blackberries, juniper, hint of cinnamon, and what is that? Fragrant aroma. Dierger oak. You correctly identify it as one of the finer vintages that Chiliax has to offer. One that is rare among the lower class of any race or society. One that is reserved only for those within the noble disposition.
Mm.
Or at least those that can afford it.
I'm gonna look at Algar like, is this shit cool?
Seeing you look at me like that, I'm going to say what I smell from it, and then take a sip.
I'm still watching what happens.
The other Captain Marquis de Carta sips his glass, hearing what Algar has to say. A man of exquisite taste, I must say.
While he says that, Brynjar shoots it back like a shot.
Drinks the whole thing.
Yeah, legitimately, like, while they're drinking out of these delicate flutes and sipping, Brynjar's shooting it back like it's tequila.
I love it. I love it.
The captain is noticeably revolted by the sight, but is trying to contain his revulsion. It's almost as though you put fine Marlowe and mixed it with red wine vinegar in front of an Italian. That's the kind of disgust that you have before you.
A good palate cleanser. Where is the actual booze?
That, sir, is some of the finest vintage that you might yet taste.
I've had women who taste better.
Algar does chuckle at that. That's not just me. Algar chuckles at that and then says, I know wines. I know, no, this is a very fine vintage. How exactly did you say you came upon this?
How do you know so much about wine? Is your wife a vintner, Algar?
No, I mean, yes, my wife is, she's a great inventor. I just like wine.
Oh, okay.
A fellow wine connoisseur, am I correct? You and your wife, directs his inquiry towards Algar.
That's what I say. Yes, very much a fan of wine, among other things. Is he slaps his stomach because this gut talent is giving away.
I must admit, this is not of my personal family estate, but it is of a... And he kind of smells it and embraces it. It is of a fine vintage, and it sells well down south in Vidrian, where they are unable to cultivate grapes in such a manner. As far as our business is concerned, I know not your intentions beyond the white flag, your nation that you hail from, nor the faction that you are a part of. I inquired upon our parley merely as a curiosity. Perhaps a future business partner? Should the scales fall right. And he drinks again.
Upon seeing that, Algar will sip another little bit from his glass and say, I know it's hard to believe, but it is very hard to believe everything you hear at sea, but my friend was telling you the truth when he said we hail from many places. We are, but we work for ourselves, no one else.
Brynjar is legitimately trying to suck the little dribbles of wine out of this wine glass.
Dracketh hands you switches glasses.
Did you take us to Dragon take a sip, or is he like, no?
Wine's not for him. No.
Yeah, okay. I like it.
Brynjar tries to imitate Algar, legitimately like holding it between two forefingers, going like. But it's like a kid like playing with grape juice, trying to like imitate the grown-ups.
Yes.
And what might I ask is the extent of your experience, be on the sea or be at land? I prefer to do business with those I know.
Well, I am a warrior, so, you know, that...
A sharp instrument to be used at proper times. I can see this.
Something like that, yes.
And you? Points towards Algar.
Ah, I am a chef by trade, inventor by night, and I speak for my home island of Apple Island.
An honest soul, I can see. And you? I do not know that I have the pleasure of your name. Points towards Draka.
Yes. Great nobleman you are. You are quite astute in your questions. And I am but a simple fisherman. A collector of sorts of tackle and hooks, and I just seek the rare fish that are on the seas. And what a lovely day it is, isn't it?
Roll deception.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Oh, God.
I can see it in your eyes. This is not the whole truth.
You see that something's burning inside? Oh, inside?
I can see that it's not the truth at all. Something else lies deeper still. I must admit, I am uncomfortable at doing business with unknown friends. Though, should scales be weighed properly, maybe my first impressions might be overlooked.
Ugh, fine. I admit it. I was not entirely honest on our first meeting.
Yeah, go on.
My true name is Brynjar Gunhild's son, but most men know me as Brynjar Shattershield. I hail from the city of Rangvald in the land of the Northern Kings. If you have done any trade up there, you'd probably have heard my name once or twice, especially if you have gone around Herborg and had business with the Dakar.
Believe I have heard your name spoken once or twice. I have a few associates that do business up north. In your land of the Lenorm Kings.
With respect, noble Marquis, and I'm going to kind of give him a level look, I would prefer that we leave the details at that.
Of course. As far as the business of the day is concerned, I have within my halls a good venture that might be sold in the land of Vidrian. I could, of course, sell it there for a tidy profit, but then save myself the trip by selling it to yourselves as a method of exchange. Perhaps that excess gold might hold my tongue.
Well, how much would you want us to pay for your goods?
It is a simple sum. I hold within my coffers mere 500 gold pieces worth of fine vintage wine that might be sold in Vidrian. It would, of course, fetch a finer price in its markets. I would sell it to you for 750 gold. It would leave you a profit of 250 gold by my calculations. A meager thing by kind of checks the wind. 2 days sail by the reckoning of your vessel.
Well,
What say you to that?
you say you care not of gold that much, right? You care more for adventure.
Telling a good story is the bedrock to any family, to an individual in particular. Will you add to that story? That is my question.
If you'd like to hear a story of our adventures, we'd be more than happy to tell it for a little cheaper price.
A tale of others' adventures. Few coppers in my pocket. Tale of my own adventures. The stones of history. Platinum to be had.
I see.
One moment. I'm going to hop back onto the plank and go back over to our ship really quickly to go grab something.
I see. So, will we leave a mark that's worthy of your grand future?
I will be frank with you. I do not know you. This is our first interaction. It may prove fruitful. The seed may be planted. A weed may grow. A great vine may flourish. This I do not know. Neither do you. It is up to us to decide. What we will flourish with this plant before us.
I'm going to choose that moment to come back aboard and toss the severed head of the dead thing we killed at his feet.
Oh, we still have that. Awesome.
I didn't say I got rid of it.
True.
And to this, you would say?
Are you not a bit curious as to why there is as to the size and the nature of this thing? You say you think a story, a saga to allow alongside yours. This is something my people understand very well. Crafting a saga, a legacy, a fate before you meet the gods, so that you may be presented well in their annals. Frankly, where I am from, the circumstances of a man's birth mean little. Kings change hands and thrones often. We do not place value on a bloodline and good breeding as your folk may. But this pursuit of adventure, to prove yourself more of a man, despite the advantages or disadvantages you were born with, this is something I understand much. And if I have a measure of you, I detect that you perhaps chafe against the entrapments of nobility, society, fine manners. You do not strike me as the sort who wants to languish in a country estate and take a high-born wife and breed noble children to further the bloodline. Otherwise, you would not be here on the high seas with a scimitar at your waist and a crew of fine sailors and a vessel underneath your boots. You are in pursuit of greater glory and stories, and in this we can regale you much. Perhaps set you on a course to find yourself even greater renown. But if you continue to talk in circles, my friend, You will not be able to conduct business. You cannot tell me you're not the least bit curious as to what that is. And I'm going to point at the severed head at his feet.
Oh, what stories you could tell.
Oh, what stories I can tell indeed, my friend.
Roll a deception check.
Deception?
Or diplomacy, whatever you want.
I'll do diplomacy. I wasn't trying to deceive him at all.
I will. Let me see if I can assist. Actually,
Fuck it.
Too late. It's rolled.
oh, but it doesn't matter because look at that.
That's a chunky. Yeah, listen, that's a chunky fucking.
Nice.
Thank you.
Hell yeah.
This is a impressive kind of thumbs at it with his toe. Specimen. Something that you dispatched, you and your compatriots?
I'm going to just nod silently.
Perhaps business will be done then, after all. I will part with my goods for 450 gold pieces. That leaves you 300 gold pieces profit by my calculations.
350. And
Cannot- I cannot dictate the bearings and the prices of Vidrian's coffers at Vidrian's markets. I can only dictate those that I will part with my goods.
Oh, you said so, my friend. Yourself, my friend. You are not so worried about the status of your coffers. You see.
Yes, but I must pay my men. You must agree. Good payment of men allows for good work.
I find that keeping my ship in good order and providing my men victory does more than coin can. But, of course, with victory comes coin. Unless you are a vessel that avoids conflict, of course.
I prefer not putting the lives of my men in jeopardy. Hence why I raised the white flag. In reciprocation of your white flag, I prefer not to threaten the lives of my men as you might, as you so state.
It is wise for ravens to kowtow in the face of wolves. This is understandable.
This does not change the price. 300 gold pieces. This is my best offer. You might sell them for... Wait, sorry. I can do math. 450 gold pieces. This is my best offer. You might sell them in the Vidrian markets for a higher wage. But this is as low as I will go.
And if we were to make a competition of this wager, would you be
Then
in?
my 4 cannons would wage war against your 2 cannons.
Easy, Marquis. I do not mean a competition of arms in such a way. Are you so nervous of a small sloop such as my own that you would put in violence upon us under the flag of truce? I merely meant the exposition of sport.
I have accepted your truce. As soon as our business is done, our truce is ended. Be it the gods to decide. Be our righteous or rightful.
You mean to tell me your honor is as tenuous as the winds, and that as soon as our business is concluded, you will attempt violence upon me and my own?
It is not my desire to put violence upon you.
Yet you
It
insinuate.
is my desire to put business upon you. The proper wage, the proper balance. Plus versus minus. Pro versus con. Buy low, sell high. These are the principles that dictate good business. These are the things that I offer you. Sail 2 days and gain an excess of many hundreds gold pieces. Or risk your men, risk your vessel, risk your lives. Let you be a stipend to Mother Gorstana. Gorana. Adrian, help me. Was it? Goddamn it, Gorana. Let her decide your fate.
Speak of fates, quite like as if you're quite attuned to it. There is one principle you fail to forget. It's fate versus choice. And Draketh pulls out a coin. Says, if it lands on our side, it's 350. If it lands the other side, it's what you just offered, 450.
Old Jacket, I have a better idea. One that might be a little more amenable to our friends. We will continue the coin toss. If it lands on your side, we will agree to your terms. If it lands on our side, you and I will settle the price by a contest of longevity. I assume that you have been on the seas for a while now, yes?
For some time.
And I assume that you have all the skills necessary to make a good sailor?
I do not wish to boast.
Please, by all means, boast.
It is not within my nature.
Dragus scoffs at that.
I'm gonna kind of flick my hands at Drakus, like, give me a second. So, you mean to say that you do not possess the ability to swim?
That is not what I said. I said it is not within my nature to boast my accomplishments
Then I propose
until they have been written in stone.
Peace, my friend. I propose a very simple contest if the fates deem it in our favor. We both shed our arms in armor, and we simply see who can endure the crush of the ocean longer. We simply see who can hold our breath the longest. And who will arise first shall be the loser of this competition. That way, no egos are bruised. We all may proceed with our honor intact. And nothing but pure sport is endured.
Roll a deception check.
Fuck me.
I love it. If you pull this off,
Where's my deception? Oh, there it is. Wow, okay. I mean,
we get so heavy into the role play where like I don't know how stats work. You're like, I don't know how this works.
Oh shit. That's a 13.
I have a sense that you have an
They're not
unnatural.
difficult.
Yeah. You don't know what this guy's seen. Unnatural advantage. I will not accept your request.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
It means exactly what it means. I do not accept your request. As far as your friend, he turns towards Draketh. What do you propose?
Actually, I'll hold my breath against you.
oh,
You hold your breath against me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at Draketh very interested. You heard it, and then I'm gonna look back at him and say, "You heard the man."
Roll deception. Actually, roll
Draketh is going to turn around. So there's no suspicion.
Roll diplomacy.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Would have done a lot better if I could have rolled diplomacy.
I think they're one and the same for Dracath, which is very fitting for him.
Fucking do it, man.
Do it.
Ooh, mama!
To this, I will not agree. The price is 450 gold pieces. That, or we will do battle.
450
Whoa.
gold as it is. All right.
What?
I'm going to look at Algar like, what the fuck are you saying? Because my hand is already resting on my sword right now.
I don't know why we had to escalate to violence, sir. You are, clearly a man of fine taste, and you care about your men. We care about our men. We care about our lives.
Perhaps
Let's not-
you are the voice of reason within your party?
Yeah, sometimes I think I'm the only one.
Consulting
Can you conceal your compatriots to accept a more than reasonable price for my ventures? I have taken these bottles, in these cases, Cheliax and wine, all the way from the home of Cheliax to the dread pool that you and I now endure, to sell them in the southern Avidria, near 2 days sailing from you, by my estimates, and you gain hundreds gold pieces profit from my exploits. Is that not a reasonable bargain? And yet you and your friends insist on a violence, one-on-one combat, bloodshed to feed the fishes below. It seems unreasonable dealings between proper businessmen.
Oh, I think, it's less about bloodshed. They were more interested in just a test of might. But,
A
Is might
competition
not
of
given
sorts.
by not only fury on the battlefield or on the ship deck, but by golds bestowed upon your sailors?
If you know of my reputation as you claim to, you would know my answer to that.
I know not of your reputation. I know only of your family's reputation.
Easy, Marquis. You wish to know something about bloodlines? I can spill yours on this deck, no problem.
what my friend means to say
Is that
is
I will
exactly
spill
what
your
he said. But what I mean to say for him is that
That if he wishes a fight, he can continue to talk, and I will spill his guts across the deck. Yes.
Brynjar, how about you go see how Chuck's doing?
No. I seem to enjoy right where I am right now. I throw the wine back like a shot, very intentionally and very insultingly.
With that, I think we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I love it.
we are back.
After I finish shooting back that wine, I swish it through my teeth and I spit it over the end of the ship.
That was unfortunate. A very fine vintage. It is unfortunate to see it go to waste.
As it is unfortunate to see such fine steel clearly rust inside of a scabbard. But you do not see me commenting on that.
Very passive aggressive.
I'm absolutely pointing at his scimitar as I say that.
I think there's just been, I think it's been a long couple days at sea. My friend here is just tired and looking for some adventure of his own, as we all are. But of course, we're still willing to pay for the wine.
At what price, though?
We are looking for adventure, Algar. This is just another rich brat trying to play at it.
Ain't that a kick in the head?
I've left smaller children on the sheets of brothels than this man.
Oh, God. I think...
If this is what the Marquis family has to attest to as their descendants, whew, I shudder for the future of their family.
If you're going to insult me, do so properly. Marquis is my first name. Jakarta is my surname.
Oh, okay, Descartes.
He looks towards Algar. You seem to be a man of business and of equating scales. What do you say for what I offer?
I'm slowly undoing my gauntlet and pulling my glove off behind Algar.
Keep going, sir. Sorry.
What do you offer? I have a hold of fine Chelish wine, ripe for the selling in Vidrian ports at a more than significant premium. Your friend seems less than opulent to receive my offers. What do you say? Does he speak for you?
I will put my hand on Algar's shoulder and say,
he speaks.
And say, I will back whatever play you go with. Just do what you feel you must.
All right. Okay, that's like the first time Algar's felt calm now. His heart's been racing for a little bit.
Just tell me when business is concluded, and we will proceed.
All right. He's a good man. I must admit, Marquis, that I...
Jakarta, please.
Jakarta, I'm sorry. Yes, Jakarta.
I roll my eyes at that.
I am not much of a businessman, nor am I one who cares much for money. I care more about good work, honor, caring for those that are important to you, like you care for your crew, and I care for my crew. And I also care for good food and good wine.
As for the latter, I can provide much. As for the former, it is up to you.
Well, I have... I am still willing to pay the, 500, 450? What was it that...
450.
450 gold pieces that might be sold for a significant profit in Vidrian.
I think we'd be more than willing to buy that. But I have another I have another proposal, and this is no trickery. This is simply a proposal. I will again, if you say no, there are no quarrels from that. I will pay. We'll pay the 450. But I would ask that you listen to this proposal.
I will always listen. Whether I agree, is another dilemma.
That is
But
that
I
is
will
for
always listen.
that is for you to decide, Jakarta.
I snort something that sounds shockingly like prick under my breath.
You say that you would like to leave a mark on this world, right? It's important that adventure and life brings some big moments for you, right?
The saltwater breathes life. Have you not felt it? I enjoy the breath that it indulges.
Well, if that be the case,
Can't even swim.
how would you feel? If that be the case, if you really wanted to make a name for yourself, how many people do you feel, or how many people in Vidrine have ever tasted wine like this?
We supply well enough to those of the class that can afford it.
But what are the class who can't afford it?
Ah.
The taste would be lost on them, I think.
Sir, I think this is where you are wrong. Where I come from, money is of little to no concern. We don't worry about that. We worry about each other. We care about good food and good wine despite that, no matter where you come from, whether it be the mountains of my homeland or the forests of the Druids. So I ask you, would it not be at least, if anything, an interesting story to tell for us to go together to Vidrian with your delicious wine and throw a party for the people who usually would not be able to afford this?
Party, you say? Am I to pay for this party?
The only thing that
So now you are a miser. I thought you nobles were well suited to being able to party. Or are you that much of a stiff in real life as well?
I enjoy parties here and there.
Yes.
It's not when ones that demand my gold.
I
wonder if I'm gonna lean down to Algar and say, I wonder if his coffers are not really as full as he claims them to be.
If I didn't know any better, I would jokingly suggest that you might clean all of your money as you count it, but
I can always hit them, Algar. I can always do that.
it's
What exactly do you propose? That you and I travel to Vidrian side by side, that I might indulge the peasantry with my fine wines. To what extent? To what effect?
everyone will know your name. Everyone in that town, because here's the thing: people of higher class talk, but does their talk mean anything? The talk of the people, the common man, that is something harder to hold on to.
I will ask if you are a riddle, young Marquis. What survives for centuries when everything has become dust?
I do not believe one of mere iron has the wherewithal to answer such a question.
If you deem simple iron in yourself to be true gold, you should have no problem answering it, no?
I have no interest in indulging my wares on the peasantry of Vidrian for no coffers to add to my wares.
So you have no interest in ensuring that your name is remembered throughout the ages.
Named for the ages. These are named for a year, perhaps two. Not named for the ages.
You underestimate yourself, my friend. You and I both know that
I do not care for your speak. I care for the speak of your compatriots. Hush your voice and let your friend speak.
Brynjar is going to surge forward at that. As if he's gonna fuck.
I'm gonna try and put my arms out to kind of block you, and I'm gonna say,
"I'll gotta get out of the way. I'm going to take his teeth and I'll gotta get the fuck out. I'm gonna rip that mustache out of his face. I'm going to do it. Move. Move. I gotta move.
I'm not moving.
I gotta move.
Perhaps I might be a tonic to your ill content of your patriots and of your crew.
Hells no.
He takes a long sip of his wine,
Algar,
enjoying the flavors.
Let me kill him. Hey, let me kill him.
I have to ask you this, Algar. Will you pay fair market value for my goods?
I must admit, Jakarta, I'm quite unimpressed with the way you speak of those beneath your stature. I find that, or of your place, find that very unfitting of someone who has such good taste in wine. I don't care for the way you treat my friends, and I say this deal is off.
Speaks.
So
we shall part, and you may go to Vidrian to sell your own wares. I was hoping we could be friends, make business of this. But again, what speaks to me most about the reason I cut this off is less about the way this has gone down. And again, the way you look at the people who would be beneath you. I thought a man who cared about his crew would care about the people who he works with and the people who live in and around him, but you don't. And with that, you may go, and we will go.
Captain Marquis Jakarta seems somewhat surprised by your endeavors, but at the same time tilts his hat towards you in a gesture of respect. Very well. Let us do battle, as is our custom.
Excuse me. Am I to believe that business is concluded?
I won't even say anything. I'm going to step aside to let you get at him.
No, I'm legitimately asking everybody this question. Am I to believe that business is concluded?
You are free to return to your vessel, so we might decide things as men.
That is not what I asked. Is business concluded?
Business is concluded, Algar says.
Oh, good. I'm going to pat Algar on the shoulder, and then I'm going to stride forward with my glove and I'm going to smack the Marquis across the fucking face.
Yes.
With it. And then I'm going to slap that glove down before us. Yeah, I am literally throwing down the gauntlet right now, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Why commence battle when we can settle this in the old way? If you claim to be a man of honor and a man of nobility, then do so at the risk of your body. I say we fight in place of our crews. We avoid the spilling of unnecessary blood. And if you want to commence battle, then have at it. But be damned as a coward in front of your men and in front of the eyes of their gods.
Kind of.
And I am absolutely making that gauntlet attack a fucking unarmed attack.
I love it.
I'm doing it to Chuck. I'm doing it to this fucker.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it.
Worst comes to worst, if I actually fucking pierce his armor class. Oh, yeah, that's not going to do anything.
Nope.
Yeah, I was like, it's either going to be a slap for effect, or I'm going to take a few HP points off. Either way, I win.
He kind of licks the slight droplet of blood that emerges from the corner of his mouth and looks at you. Brynjar Shattershield.
Is there one?
It's been some time since I've had a good fight. Perhaps the men are drenched in a good show.
Then let us make the square. Unless that sword, that pretty sword at your waist is but for show, and you prefer to remain in the back ranks with the reserves and the green boys.
Oh!
No greater story could be told than than being raised victorious in an unarmed fight.
What? No, armed.
What then?
Swords.
What then are the claims of victory? Is it to the first blood? Is it to the death?
It is
I have made
to
my peace with the gods. Set your terms, Marquis, and I will endeavor to meet them. If you wish to die, I will send you to whatever gods you wish. If you wish to merely preserve your noble blood, then we shall fight to first blood.
Let us have a display of the gods. Best of 3. First to blood. We will see who is the most capable of combat.
I'm going to hiss through my teeth in disappointment. I would have thought better of you. But I suppose you are...
Do you deny the challenge?
Oh, of course.
Are you too afraid of the challenge?
Brynjar straight up starts laughing his ass off at that one. Just straight up laughing his ass off at the notion that he's afraid of a fight. No, I simply thought that you were a firstborn son. But clearly your temperament is that of a third or a fourth. For only a third or a fourth has the arrogance of a noble family, but refuses to fight to the death.
I do not wish to waste the blood of a good man. Be he ignorant as he it is. Be it to the blood. 2 out of 3. That is the challenge. Do you agree?
I'm going to sigh as if this is like a huge acquiescence I'm giving him and saying, fine, if your desire is to merely only see that more of your pretty blood is spilled, and I'm going to tap at my lip to remind him that I shed a little bit of his blood just by smacking him with my glove. is spilled across this deck, and so be it. As it is not obvious, I prefer the respect of the common man. The man who will stand beside you in the shield wall. Not, and I'm going to gesture to him, the primping, priming peacock. I prefer to fight with wolves and with falcons and with the ravens of battle, not with this.
And what do you wager as your coffers of defeat? I wager the whole of my vessel, be it all, be it full, be it fruitful. What do you wager?
Before, you said you are of a noble family. Are you the only scion of your bloodline, or are there others?
That is not in question. What do you wager?
You asked what is wager, and I must have information before I continue to wager full on.
You are the one to wager the challenge. It is up to you.
And by rights, I am the challenger, which means I am the aggrieved party in this situation, which means we play by my rules, Marquis, not yours. And according to the rules of my people and my culture, the wounded party has the right to ask what questions they may.
And I have answered. I will wager the whole of my vessel.
But you have not answered. I asked you a question you did not provide an answer. I asked, were you the only scion of your bloodline? It is a simple question. I do not know why you shy away from an answer. Do you have family? It is not a difficult question to answer.
It is not an answer that I will give. I offer the whole of my vessel. What will you offer? Or you will die along the side of your compatriots.
I offer the Jarldom of Rangval. And I will match your bet with that of my own.
You will offer a Jarldom?
Why not? If we are playing for the keeps.
Against my hull?
You have little to lose then, do you not?
I then accept your challenge.
I'm going to snort under my breath. Then the challenge is accepted.
And with that, we'll end tonight.
Oh, damn. I love it.
Thank you so much to those watching now and to those watching later. Till next time.
Oh, fuck. That's awesome.